I am Philalitheia, and I am walking home. It is cold as shit tonight. By the time I get home, I won't be cold inside my clothes anymore. My body heat will have radiated out into my clothing, and then I won't want to go into the tent because now I'm not cold anymore. C'est la vie, mon ami. We're gonna get back to the tent. We're gonna read at least one story from the Three Princes. I don't know if I'm gonna endurance it out to 4 because A, it's very cold, and B, I'm working on a project in 7 Days to Die that I would rather do than be live. So we'll do some reading, and if I feel like it, if I'm not hurting, I'll turn the camera around so you can watch. But I'm not going to be doing anything interesting. I'm trying to basically dig a crater out from around my base. I chopped my whole house down because it had become a liability on my horde base, and now I'm trying to figure out how I can make my horde base just a little bit taller, a little bit further back from my original spot, and how I can keep them from destroying the base. I might have to make the whole thing out of steel, just a massive amount of steel. And then I might put weapons in it. I might put turrets inside it. And then I have to figure out a way to get down into it to refill the gas or whatever. Or I just have to figure out how electric relays work so that I can I don't know. I got to figure out how electricity works in 7 Days to Die to a greater degree than I do, so I don't have to have so many generators just laying on the ground. But the zombies seem to ignore the generators, so that's cool. They want me. Hey Eric, what's up? But I have a bunch of blade traps, so I'm gonna try a new setup and see if I can get them to walk through it. 1, 2, 3, go! Because as it stands, they're ignoring all of my best traps because they go path of least resistance. So I got to make the path of least resistance through my traps. I have to admit that you're cooking. I wasn't going to deny it, but I have no evidence that you're cooking, Eric. You're catching up. I just turned level 40. I'm on night 60 or 61. Day 60 or 61 right now. Trying to get to day 63. That's for night 9. 13 in 2 days. Heard that, Eric. Yeah, I can get about a week, maybe 10 days done a day if I really push myself. That means 10 hours of gameplay. But if I can get to Taco Bell or yeah, I can get about, if I get to Taco Bell at before 8, I can get more than 5 hours done. I didn't need to know that, Eric. Usually we would keep that to ourselves. But yeah, I'm gonna have a really hard time switching away from my sledgehammer. I love it so much, and I kind of don't like the max perk for any of the other weapons. But I guess once I hit max level, I'm not going to need the double experience for headshot kills with a sledgehammer. But the insta kill and the knock 'em flat, where I have a 50% chance of any of my attacks to just knock all of the zombies flat. It's going to be really hard for me to not just, I like that. it's going to be really hard for me to continue using that in later horde nights. It's going to be difficult for me to be like, all right, I'm making a sniper nest. But once experience is something I no longer need, the double experience isn't going to be a good enough reason. But really, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set it up so I can throw bombs all over. And in order to do that, I either got to get way above them, or I got to get them in a pit. Throw the bombs down in the pit. So for now, I'm just way above them. Or you can make all your shit blast resistant, so you just throw it all over your base, and wherever the bombs land, they land. And that's another way that I'm working. Because you got to make sure that your bombs don't hit your structure and fuck up your structural supports if you're doing it the way I'm doing it. And then eventually I'll come up with another kind of idea for a base, and I'll want to start over to explore that idea for a base. But right now, this is my best idea. So I want to get to digging. It's just something that may not be interesting or fun to watch. So I might not be live for very long. Oh, it's cold. Here we are. Hello, Jason. Use your points on what you're doing. You gotta spend your perk points. That's how I know that you don't play. That's how I know you don't play RPGs. You're not getting better at anything. You're content to play the game with level 1 skills. Summer's frozen. It's exciting. What changes every 5 minutes? Well, then you're not, if it's changing, then you're not specializing in anything. I don't think I said to do what you're specializing in. I said spend them in what you're doing. So if you're doing a lot of trader missions, it makes sense to take the daring adventurer perks, so you get more experience and reward tokens. What are they called? Duke's tokens for quest rewards. Or if you're swinging a mace a lot, it makes sense to spend perks and maces so that when you swing your mace, it's better. It does more damage, for example, has a higher crit rate. If you're spending a lot of time looking for food, it makes sense to spend perk points in your farm plots. It's called like living off the land or something like that. There's a perk that makes it so where you get better rewards from farming, and your farm plots cost less to build, to make. If you find yourself struggling for food and water that you just have to make a lot more than what you want, you can spend perk points and your gut to make it to where you eat food less often and you get better buffs from food. Just whatever you're doing in the game, spend your perks to make what you're doing right now better. Like what you want to be doing is you want to be harvesting resources and building a base, because night 7 is going to be a fucking nightmare if you don't have any defenses up. And they get more powerful every night. They get smarter too. And so you want to have a base specialized to how you play. You want it to be built around how you play the game. So if you play with sniper rifles, you want to keep them far away from you so you can get headshots. You want them stuck on spikes and standing still so you can shoot them in the fucking head. Oh, my water bottle is solid. Not quite solid. There's a inch thick little block of ice in this little water bottle here. If you can see that. That means this one also comes. This is almost all water, or all ice. This is almost entirely solid. I got a slushie here. Yeah. It's gold. Eric, play the game different than other people. Play 7 days. So in 7 days, the zombies scale with your level. They get more powerful based on your level, relative to what day it is. So when you spawn quests, the zombies that spawn, or when you take quests, the zombies that spawn in the quests and the zombies that spawn on the blood moons, horde nights, they're the number, well, not the number, but the kind of zombies that spawn, the types of zombies that spawn, and how powerful they are, how many sometimes. That's relative to your level, your character level. And so I play different than other people. Other people try to keep their character level low so the zombies aren't very powerful and they can have the best possible stuff relative to their level. So a lot of people get out and they try to collect books at low levels so they have all this stuff. And that's not how I did it. I run out and I harvest experience like crazy. I try to get as many points as possible, as fast as possible, because the game is more challenging that way, because the zombies are right now I'm in the highest tier. The zombies are in the max power, max difficulty that they can be on horde nights and in missions and stuff, so that it spawns insane and powerful fights for me to have to cope with, and I like that. I find that dramatic and interesting, and I think it's fun. I like that. But other people try to keep it low. They try to keep their level low. I find that boring. So I would recommend building a base. The most efficient way to gain experience for the first 10 or 15 levels is actually taking building frames and using a hammer to upgrade the building frames to cobblestone from wood. You get an insane amount of experience from doing that. That's how I would play. That's how I do play. Do enough trader missions to get the bike, because it gives it to you for free after 6 or 7 missions. I don't remember how many. It might be 10. After a certain number of missions, you can get it by day 5 if you push yourself really hard. Yeah, the horde sends 8. 8 enemies are alive at any given time. That's what that means. It's not that it sends them. It's every time one dies, one spawns, and there are 8 alive at any given time. Well, you can turn up the number of zombies that spawn on Horde Night. Right now I'm running with 16. Trying to have as many as I can get to spawn on a Horde Night without overrunning myself easily, without easily getting overwhelmed. as my computer can manage. Trying to get as many as my computer can manage without easily overwhelming myself. Because with the sledgehammer, I fuck shit up. I fuck them up bad. I fuck up big groups of them, and then the way I built my base, for the most part, I'm able to keep them I'm able to stay one-on-one. Even with gringos. Even with the infected, I think is what they're called. I don't know what the red ones and the blue ones are called, but I think the green ones are called infected. Well, you're not playing with me, buddy, but I'm glad you're having as much fun as you are. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's a fun game. I've wanted to play it for so long, so getting to play it now is just a great privilege, a great joy. Thank you guys for being here. Once I get comfortable here. I'll read from one of the novellas from the Three Princes of Serendip. I love you too, Eric, buddy. I love you too, pal. Oh, it's cold outside. Sure, Tricks. I don't know why I need luck. Or why you think we're homies. Whatever. It's my past. Please just get lost. 5 minutes alone. Just come here. 5 minutes alone. Just come here. Indeed, the Mutzla, what's up? Good to be seen, Mutt. Thank you. Why what, Ian? The more relevant question is, why are you speaking to me? Why what, Ian? Might actually be too cold for me to want to read. It's pretty fucking cold. No, I am not in a shanty. That would have pissed me off yet, Blood, but you're doing your best to try. You're asking me stupid and irrelevant questions, and you're not using question marks, you're using periods. Oh, you're gonna succeed, and it's not gonna be good for you. And you are irrelevant to me, Blood. And angels deserve to die. Yeah, my self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die. Ooh, it is cold, yes. Thank you, Austin, man. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm cold, Austin. I don't know what's good tonight, Sloth. You tell me. I'm good. I'm good, Austin. It's very cold tonight. I don't have a. No, I'm not saying this in reference to you. I just don't have a lot of patience for dumb bullshit tonight. It's too cold. It's too cold. I got a hand warmer. I don't have any hot hands. No, I don't need them. Mm. 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 I got my feet tucked under me. My feet are fine. But yes, the feet are the most important. You keep your hands and feet. You want to keep your nose and face warm. Right now, I'm trying to get my jacket pulled down over my lower back properly so that I don't have a breeze up my spine. Down, breeze, breeze, breeze. Something like that, Sloth. The first person who's ever asked me that. I'm not urban, though. I don't know. It's in the low 20s, probably. I don't look anything like Joel McHale. Yeah, Google says it's 22 degrees. Google's usually right. So far, so good, Laura. How are you? Hello. So far, so good. Better now that my insulation is actually closed and insulating. Yeah, it's cold tonight. It's very cold. I may not have the want to read, but I'll be here. Slow rock? I wouldn't say that I like slow rock, no. Thank you, Austin. Be well, buddy. Make sure you get some sleep. Maybe, Laura. I'm actually going to be uncomfortably warm here in a minute. I'm gonna have to pull my jacket down. But yeah, that would allow me to wear fewer layers for sure, Laura. I'm actually very comfortable. It's very cold though. It is legitimately cold. But I mean, you can see even the tip of my nose isn't all cherried out. I haven't traveled a lot. I don't know that I've ever been anywhere crazy, Trix. I don't know what you mean by craziest. No popsicle parts for me. Hello, Brittany. How are we tonight? Yeah, no popsicles. My hands aren't even numb. It is cold though. I'm not trying to act like it's not, but I'm not in any danger. The light is what the light is. Yeah, I ate today. I eat every day, but yeah, I ate today. I'm doing great, Tyrannosaurus. How are you? It's cold, but I'm good. For sure, Brittany. Glad to hear you can't complain, Tyrannus. It's only 2. Hey, Christopher, what's up? Oh, I spelled your name wrong in my description. Probably not finishing it, fixing that. Yeah, just staring into the chat all broody. Yeah, it's dark, man. Glad to hear you're chilling, Christopher. It's 2 degrees where you're at, Laura. My day was fine. My day was the SSDD of days. Same as always. I just hung out in Panera and talked to Rach all day. That's not a bad thing. And then I went back to Taco Bell and recorded 7 days today. And I got thank you, Brittany. I got 2 new videos up on the channel today. So pretty good day. I need to be making time in my life to record schedule 1 again, and I'm not doing a good job of that. I'm not doing a very good job of staying up to date with the games that I pledged to play. 7 days is kind of eating up my life until I'm bored with it. But there's a new Final Fantasy V and a new Dragon Age Origin went up today. I don't know what that is, Buster. Heard that, Christopher. Every day, RR. My stream, Bob, or my series? No, I don't play Final Fantasy 14. It's a stand-up. Oh, little buddy, I don't think I have a snack that you'll like. I don't think I have any. Today's 7 days today. That went up. Heard that, Bob. Dictator. Reading, I might. George. It's cold, so we'll see. I might do one of the novellas. I might. I have it open, so I could. It's just about it's about the degree to which I can lock in my head because I'm thinking about 7 Days to Die. Heard that, Laura? Yeah, Panera's. It is what it is. Ours isn't very good, but it's all right. No, sloth. Have I seen Hunger Games? I saw it like when it first came out. My wife and I watched them. That's not true. I watched it with my the girlfriend I had right after my ex because she liked them after the trilogy was done, and I don't remember who those people are. Tyrannus. Um, I watched it, but I don't remember anything about it. I was old, and it was aged very young for where I was in my life at the time. I don't remember. I don't remember the names of any of the characters. I don't remember. I wasn't emotionally or intellectually engaged by the movies. What do I think, Kelly? It's not improper, Christopher, but I do understand that you're poking me in the ribs. You like PETA? Heard that, Tyrannus. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to like it. I really don't remember. Yeah, Harry Potter was bad. I didn't read it until I was an adult either. I don't actually care about leet speak. I only even bring it up when people start coming at me. I wouldn't comment on the way you articulate yourself, Christopher. I don't know what I'm I don't know what I need to be freed from, Griffin. Um I don't know how to I don't know what a channel is about, Charlotte. I wouldn't know how to tell you what another channel is about, let alone my channel. Hey, I'm glad you liked it, Christopher. Uh my favorite movie is Blade Runner 2049. Heard that, Laura. Did I get a phone in where, Griffin? I didn't like the original Blade Runner, Christopher. Yeah, it's supposed to be cold. Oh, I don't know whether it's supposed to be cold. I know that is cold right now. There was, Bob. My grandmother was involved in that satanic panic. I don't know why you think I'm in jail, Griffin. Heard that, Stigma. I don't know why you think I'm in jail. This is where I sleep unlivid. Right, Christopher. It's not AI at all. People are going to say what they're going to say, regardless of whether it makes any sense to say it. Bacon will indeed unite us all. I'm not worried about him, Christopher. There are enough other people engaging and being pleasant that I just ignore it. Indeed, Jason. I don't really know what that means in this context. Whiskey, for sure. Take care, George. Favorite TV show? Um, Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Take care, George. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks you for the good night, the well wishes. Yeah, totally, Bob. I've been anti NCAA sports since I was in high school. The schools raise tuition prices to give athletes scholarships, and then the athletes don't use the scholarships to get educations. So the price of getting an education goes up indirectly. It's an indirect relationship to the success of the football team or whatever sports team. So OSU, Ohio State University, increases their tuitions every year, but their football team doesn't get better every year. But they spend and make more money off the football team every year. The athletes aren't, they're also not learning the game. They're making it to the pro game without knowing the basics of the game. So they're not getting basic university educations. They're not getting basic professional educations, and they are manipulated and tempted with outrageous amounts of money and women. Well, the NIL thing is got rid of that, Christopher. But name, image, and likeness money has made a lot of these kids millionaires right out of high school. And now, like with the Lane Kiffin stuff, there's nothing about the league of college football makes sense. It only exists to exploit hundreds of thousands of college athletes and students. Take care, Laura. Hey, OPM, what's up? NILs have been a thing for 2 or 3 seasons. The transfer portal is ridiculous. Um, just everything about college football specifically is wrong and evil. We don't have cheerwine. I've never seen boiled peanuts. No, Tyrannus. They might. Heard that, Bob. Hello, tribe. It's going 1 minute at a time. Name, image, likeness, Christopher. Take care, Kelly. Players make millions now on NIL deals without ever having stepped foot on a college football field. Yes. Not really, Bob. Heard that, Tyrannosaurus. I've never even had a boiled peanut before. I don't know about the pendulum swinging the other way. The athletes won their lawsuit. You're watching me stay warm, tribe. Heard that, Tyrannus. I imagine they would have weird. I would imagine they have weird texture compared to roasted peanuts. I imagine they'd be soft. I miss cheerwine. Yeah, Bob. Circus peanuts? Aren't those the orange peanuts? I think those are different things than boiled peanuts. I like the candy circus peanuts. I actually think they taste good. I like their texture. Other people don't like them. Yeah, they're like orange foam. Yeah, the boiled peanut's really mushy. I imagined it would. Yeah, I always figured they'd be mushy. That's why I've never tried them. Because I like the crunch of a roast peanut. I'm sure there's like a nutritional benefit to eating the shells of peanuts. I'm sure they've got fiber. I've never done that, Tyrannus. No, I didn't know that was a thing until after I'd left the South. I hear it's really good. The salt interacts with the sulfur in interesting ways. The sulfuric acid. Really, bub? That's a long time. That's a lot, Christopher. I've tried that before, and the seeds, the pod, the skin is gross. The shell. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, Pepsi's from the Carolinas. Yeah, Mountain Dew is from Western North Carolina. The big bottling plant is in Atlanta. Big Coke bottling plants in Atlanta. I don't know why I said the big Coke bottling plant. Yes, Pepsi is from Carolinas, North Carolina. This is where Mountain Dew came from. Coke has a big factory in Georgia, Atlanta. That's not Pepsi. Those are different companies. I know that. Yeah, West Virginia and Virginia were originally one colony, and they split apart. They couldn't get along. Virginia is old British money, old English money, and they didn't like being associated with Scots Irish in the west part of the state. You're looking for people to bless, but you're not going to bless me. I have to ask someone else for help if I need it. Okay, tribe. Just I like to imagine how I would react to the things I say. Cavaliers? I don't know about that. Um, Pretty sure they're from the mountains of North Carolina, Christopher. Well, what do you think a blessing is, tribe? Cavaliers. I don't know. They were rich. They were rich English. Ah, Tennessee. Heard that, Christopher. I don't know what that even means, tribe. That a definition. So the definition of blessing can't be dependent. It was the second half of the thing you said, tribe. You said you're looking for people to bless, but if I need help, I can ask someone else. So you're unwilling to bless me, but you want me to know that. It's just deeply rude. Right, Bob. Not sort of. They talk like old English folks. The southern accent, specifically around Virginia and the coast of North Carolina, are actually that's what that's what highfalutin English sounded like in the 17th century. Their accents have changed, ours have not. Yeah, conditional blessing is no blessing at all. It's an endorsement. Agreed, Christopher. What situation, tribe? You didn't ask me about my situation. You asked how I'm keeping warm. And then you told me that you were going to go bless someone else because I need to ask for your blessing. Basically, Christopher, yeah. Poor English sounded like hillbillies. I'm not calling you a hillbilly. I'm saying that the hillbilly, the hick southern accent, is what poor English sounded like in the 17th century and 18th century. Yeah, our accents are closer. Yeah, Boston. Yeah, sure, that too. Our accents are what the modern American accents, like the northeastern accent, like Boston, the southern accent. Those accents are what English sounded like 400 years ago, and it is it does change. It is delineated along lines of wealth, and so Virginia and North Carolina, the coastal states, especially in the South, the coastal plantation states were very rich. That's how they were able to host a civil war against the factory owners in the North. Yes, Christopher. Yes, the Boston accent is basically what London sounded like 400 or 300 years ago. Yeah. I don't need anything, Tyrannus. I don't like Pink Floyd, Paul. Pink Floyd sounds like, fiberglass wall insulation to me. Sorry, Chris. Pink Floyd sounds like pink wall insulation running in and out of my ears. To me, it hurts my ears. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that, buddy. Founding Fathers? What are my thoughts on the Founding Fathers? There were a lot of them. It would take me a really long time to go down the list. There were like 200 of them. If you say so, Paul. I don't know how you know that I don't like music because I don't like the sound of Pink Floyd. They hurt my ears. I'm listening to Devil Driver right now, Christopher. I tend to like metal. I listen to a lot of doom and groove. Okay, Tribe. Thank you for the condescending. Mastodon are one of my favorite bands, Christopher. Thank you for condescending to me, Tribe. Did I sing? No, I didn't sing to open this episode, no. Candlemass? I've heard of, but I haven't listened to, no. Go fuck yourself, Tribe. He is, Ian. Thank you. Candlemass are a little bit old. I'm still working my way backward in metal from Metallica. I only started listening to Metallica in the last couple of years. I used to listen to just Tool. Tool used to be the only thing I listened to. I know what you meant, Chris. I've been on the internet forever. I knew what you meant. You either meant that or the Warner Brothers Corporation, and I didn't figure you wanted them. Tool are brilliant. Yeah, once I learned how to listen to Tool, it became very difficult to listen to anything else until my 30s. Catatonia, Mastodon, Meshuggah were bands I listened to a lot of. Opeth is a band I listened to a lot of. Okay, okay, Chris, thank you. The Perfect Circle. I like Meridionome more than 13th Step. But Tool are, I wouldn't say that they're the best, but they were my favorite when I was younger. Maynard kind of gets on my nerves. I used to say that it would be weird if they continued as a three-piece without Maynard, and now I kind of wish they would. But the four is a foursome. That's funny, Bob. I didn't know that's why he went to the symbol. I knew he went to the symbol, the artist formerly known as Prince. I didn't know it was to get out of a contract with Warner Brothers. That's kind of funny. I didn't know that. I never liked AFI, Ian. No. Yeah, I got bastard on in my ear right now. I don't remember what this is called. I don't actually know very. Yeah, it's Black Tongue. I don't know very many of their titles. Agreed, Tyrannus. Yeah, I'm trying to. That was what I said about trying to do was take things that I see specialists struggle to talk about in common language and try to bring it down to Anglo-Saxon idiom. Try to communicate about the biggest things. Thank you, Streamers R Us. How high does it go? Oh goodness. 20. Oh no. Does he stop at 69? Can he get to 69? Will he hit it 420 times? We're going to find out, folks. Oh my God. We're at 62. Oh, 71. Okay. So we didn't stop at 69. What's our magic number? Thank you, streamers. Oh, maybe we're going to 420, folks. Maybe we're going to 420.69. I'll sit here and take 420 of your dollars. Actually, it'll only be 42 of your dollars, but still. Oh goodness, it's still going, folks. How does is the fire getting bigger and hotter as it goes? Oh my God. Hello, HRS. Yes, it will be fun. We can get a bunch of people sitting around all talking about and caring about the same things. But for now, I have to answer who I am and what I'm doing, what this is about, these sorts of things every 5 or 6 people who come in and want to talk. So until I have so many people, oh my God, it's still going. I kind of forgot to keep watching. Streamers RS 94, 7 years younger than I, significantly more spending money than what I have. It's still going. That is a busy thumb, and that is a person with significantly more attention to detail or whatever, patience for tedium than what I have. It's still going, folks. I don't think the fire is getting bigger. I don't think that blue is getting any higher or taller. Oh my God, it's still going. It's still going. It's too bad it doesn't get bigger. It should like start to take up the whole screen after a while. Thank you. Really. You can't see the stream anymore, Christopher? It is very cold, Raz. Yeah, it's the last I checked, it was 22 degrees. Then, yeah. Oh, we passed 420. I forgot to keep watching. We're just still going. Philalitheia means lover of truth, Ian. I am smart, and I am doing my best to speak only the truth. That ring of credit card fire. Now I've got Godsmack in my ear. I guess I could take you guys on that game I like to play where I just say a few of the words of the song and you can guess who the band is. Usually people don't play along, but you guys have been asking me and telling me that I don't like music. Look, it's not that I dislike Pink Floyd. It's not that I think you're a bad person. It hurts my ears. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. I'm going to take that to mean that my inner light shines out and people can see it. I'm 87. I was born in 1987, Christopher. Yeah, I was born in 87. 38. I appreciate that, Bob. I don't know what that is, Time. What's a Z-Pack? Oh, it's still going. I'm sorry, streamer. Jesus. 650. I forgot to keep watching that. What's a DCF shelter? We have different interests, Time. Oh, I see, Christopher. That's cool. Nick? I don't know what that means. Woonon. Thank you, Queen of Cooties. What in Latin does Disco Inferno mean? Disco Inferno probably means like burning disc or burning ring. I don't know what a Nick Mullen is, Woonon. Wasn't that a quarterback for the 49ers? I don't know who Nick Mullen is. It's still going, 787. Obviously the person who never stops talking, car. Eight over you? Okay, thank you, Woonon, I guess. Jesus. Streamer's still going. Don't tell me what to do, Woonon, I'll do it. I don't know what that means, Ian. Isn't that a pretty common name in Eastern Europe? Streamer's still going, guys. We're at when we hit 1,000. That's $10. That's a pretty big deal to me, actually. Heard that, Christopher. Yeah, that's $10. That's not a small amount of money. Thank you, streamer. It's a lot of thumb action. Still going. I guess time didn't like that we have different interests. Hey, I appreciate that, Mechanic Felden. We got a short time viewer, first time commenter. Thank you for showing up, Mechanic. I hope I'm helping with your sleep regimen. Disco Inferno means to live through suffering, to learn through suffering. Hi, Tyson. Thank you, Tyrannosaurus. How we doing, Tyson? That's 1069 still ends on 69. I didn't even notice the end on 69. Thank you, streamers. Your thumb is much more dedicated than anything I could ever do. Thank you for that. Really, I do very much appreciate it. If it seemed like I was making fun of you or encouraging you to stop, I hope I wasn't, because thank you. Yeah, that was very cool of you. Don't forget Ian. Hi, Jamie. I don't know what that means, Woonon. Hey, Christopher gets to rejoin us. Hey, thank you, Jamie. Understood, Christopher. Hello, Popcorn. How we doing? It's good to see you. I know my face is in shadow and all spooky and stuff. It's cold. I'm going to over time, Woonon, but thank you for the permission to be myself. Welcome back, Eric. It's good to see you, buddy. Hiking? No. I'm gonna shave in the summer, but I'm not gonna shave again before the spring, till the thaw. Disco? is the first person present of to learn. Heard that, Christopher. Whatever, Eric. You haven't talked in a minute. Hello, Kenny. It's weird that my camera every once in a while needs to readjust to try to figure out where my face is. It's probably because this blanket keeps dripping down or drooping down in front of it, in front of my screen. I find that strange though. Every time it happens. Inferno is really I suffer. When I'm gonna play horror games again. I don't know that I play any horror games. Why? But I was playing 7 Days Tonight to Die the other night. I was talking that I might play some 7 Days to Die tonight and let you guys sit in my lap. It's very cold, so I just haven't decided. And the conversation is healthy and engaging, and so I don't like to tear away. I'm listening to Drowning Pool right now, so I don't like to tear away from a good conversation, whether to read or to stream. Interesting, Christopher. Disco is America's way of punishing, or God's way of punishing America for Woodstock. I like disco. But maybe it's because I'm from Ohio. Disco is almost regional to Ohio. So many huge disco bands came from Ohio. So many. But why? Um, I will be more consistent with that stuff when I'm homed. That's cool, Christopher. NDEs? The similarities to what? You mean the similarities? Yeah, the similarities to what, mechanic? Yeah, let the bodies hit the floor, Christopher. I don't care about anyone else but me, is what I'm listening to him croon right now. Or anything. I don't care about anyone else but me. I I don't care about anyone. Well, mechanic, if they're a byproduct of the dying brain, they would be all the same, right? So if we take the skeptical position that there's nothing mystical or supernatural happening, they would all be the same because we're all the same. We're all the same biological creature. So the things we experience are all the same. But, mechanic, if we maintain the skeptical position, we will also notice that NDE stories they were not all the same. They didn't follow a pattern until that one guy wrote a book. And then they all became the same. That right there is a self referential experience. So, what that means is that people started having experiences and reporting experiences after they started reading other people's experiences. I don't know what that is, popcorn. No. I don't know if I'm supposed to thank you for that or be annoyed, Rafa. Heard that, Christopher. I don't know who that is, but heard that. Oh, I don't know. Tyrannosaurus. The human body is an incredible thing. Otzi, the Iceman, who we found his mummy in the Alps, he was shirtless, walking in the snowy Alps in winter. Our bodies are amazing. They're incredible at maintaining heat regulation if we're fed and acclimatized to the environment. Is the Bible canon? Like, can you shoot cannonballs from it? No, Ian. No, that's not what a book is. So do I, Christopher. I don't. Okay. I don't know how we would play that, popcorn. Yeah, you're about 5 seconds behind me, Christopher. You guys are all about 5 seconds behind what I speak. That's why I'm content to just sit here with my arms like this while there's good conversation. You guys are 5 seconds behind everything I say. I'm not going to try to get involved in splitting my attention. No, theology is not mythology, and the Bible is not a canon. The word cannon with two N's is a gun. It's a cannon for shooting cannonballs. Thank you, Chris. The cannon you're looking for has one N, and you don't know what that means. Yeah, for sure. I know, Christopher. I'm keeping up with you, Chris. I don't have to give a shit about autocorrect. Well, what do you think canon means, Ian? Because you're using canon incorrectly. Canon is not kind of a man-made concept, mechanic. Let Ian answer what he thinks canon is in order for me to answer his question so we don't have to get in the weeds about what canon means. Oh, I hear you, Christopher. The guy that meditates on the tops of mountains or in cold water or whatever. Sure. Okay. That's not what canon means, Ian. And no, of course not. You're trying to ask me a lot of questions, and I wish you would just tell me what your words mean instead of repivoting your question. I'm currently reading a book of theology right now. It's actually philology right now, Ian Anderson, about the word you're looking for, and nobody said it was God created. The word in the books is theopneustos, and it's in Luke, not Luke. It's in one of the later epistles, late in the Christian epistle writing tradition. It claims to be Paul, but it's not Paul that wrote it. Paul was long dead when it was written, and the word you're looking is theopneustos, and the word you're looking for is God breathed. Is it inspired? Not God created. Is it inspired? Is it theopneustos? Is it God breathed? And that isn't a word that has a modern definition. There is still a theological, Christological argument over what that word even meant. Hello, Keponya. So, no, God did not write the Bible. Why would you be surprised, tribe? It's all good, Chris. You're having a good time. I wouldn't say that I'm smarter than you, Ian. I would say that I'm better informed about this situation or this thing that you're talking about because it's one of my personal interests. Okay, so canon, the word canon, Canon, one N, comes from the Greek word Kanon, canon. A canon in Greek is any kind of rule, any kind of measure, any kind of measuring stick, a rule. So schools had canon. Canon were school approved libraries that gave the rule or the measure of that school's students. Okay? Canon, as the Christian church uses it, means curriculum. Yes, the Bible is a curriculum. The Bible is written to educate priests of the ancient Jewish and nascent Christian faiths to administer to their students. It is a curriculum. That's all it is. It's a library of books that any educated teacher of those faiths needed to have read. And the Jewish canon only came together after they were fully Greek culturally. They were no longer Jewish culturally. They wanted the books in Greek that their ancestors read because they wanted to be connected to their long dead ancestors, not because they were still practicing that faith. Around the same time that the Septuagint was composed, the Hebrew language died as a spoken language. Hebrew has been dead since before the Romans conquered Israel, unless I'm wrong about that date. But I'm pretty sure I'm not. They were already speaking Aramaic. This is what I do for a living, tribe. Jesus probably couldn't even speak Hebrew. He probably couldn't speak or read Hebrew. It was a very long dead language. I don't know what that means, popcorn. Hello, Johnny. Jesus spoke Aramaic and Greek and Latin. He probably didn't even speak Hebrew. Doctrine? No. Canon and doctrine are different things. It might mean doctrine today, but that's not what canon means. Canon means rule, and the rule is the curriculum in that antique language. Yeah, doctrine and canon are different things, Christopher. Doctrine is a Latin word anyway, not a Greek word. A canon is a rule. It's the measure against which you must meet. Canon means the bar. It means the high jump. The bar at the high jump. That's what canon means. The word literally means rule or measure. It's a curriculum. No, Bob, unless you understand that religious fervor is a heightened psychological state. That's a doctrine, Christopher, and Catholic is Latin. No, it's not. Canon is a Greek word. Canon comes before Latin. Yes, it's cold, and it's actually not a big jacket. Thank you, Nindos. That might be, Christopher, how you understand the function of a canon, but that is not what a canon is, because books within the canon disagree with one another, so they can't be doctrinal. And the Council of Nicaea, which is a doctrinal council, wasn't canon. It's not canonical. Heard that, Nindos. Don't tell me what to do, Redface. because they're abstracted out of their daily lives, Tyrannosaurus, so they can't be meaningfully wrong. I wouldn't say that I'm outside. I would say that I'm inside a tent, Johnny. As far as theological terms and theological ideas go, Greek words are always going to take precedence. They're not going to be Latin words. Why are you such a bitch, Redface? Okay, Popcorn? If you would like to come visit me, I have every right to put you in the ground right beside me, so if that's what you want to do, bring it the fuck on. I don't know what that is, Tyrannosaurus, but that sounds cool. If that's how you feel, tribe. I don't know what that is. The mind of Minolta. It's not really an observation. You said you seem. That's not an observation. No, Christopher, you're wrong. You understand these incorrectly. Listen to what I'm saying. The doctrine is what the organization of the church, like the councils of Nicaea, like the Council of Nicaea, councils like the Council of Nicaea, write down. The canon is the books that they collect together, and many of those books argue doctrine. Doctrine is a Latin word. Greek is an older language theologically. Greek actually comes with more theological weight than Latin, because Latin wasn't used to do theology until the Latin Empire had collapsed in the West. Okay, well, you're wrong, tribe. That papal proclamation, Christopher, papal proclamation is doctrine. Doctrine is what is said. You were talking Latin definitions. Doctrine is a Latin word which means that which is said. The doctor is the speaker, and the doctrine is what the doctor said. Doctrine and rules are different things. Don't know what that means, Red. The doctrine and the canon are different things. Doctrine is papal legate, and canon is the Bible. There's only one canon, and the canon is the books that they include in their library. A book that's non-canonical might be theological. It might not even be apostate or there's a word I'm looking for. Anyway, like there are non-canonical books of the Bible. Yeah, heretical is a word close to what I was looking for. It doesn't even have to be heretical. Like commentaries on the Bible are not doctrinal, but neither are they canonical, but they're still theopneustos. That's what I'm saying, Christopher. The canon is not the doctrine. Anathema is the word I was looking for. Yes, thank you, Bob. I don't know where you are, Johnny. The canon and the doctrine are not the same. The doctrine is what the highest authority of the individual church says, and the canon is the books that they say you're allowed to read as a student of the faith. The canon is the curriculum. It's the library of accepted books. Not coherent. No, they didn't use doctrine to make the canon coherent. They had a council to argue which books should and which books shouldn't be canon. And the three major Christian faiths all have different canons. Four major Christian faiths all have different canon. Yes, I'm religious. Legate in English. I could say legate if I were speaking Latin, but I'm speaking English, so it's legate. Revelation shouldn't be in the Bible. It almost didn't pass canon muster. No book should be banned, Bob. But many books should be burned. We're approaching the same page, Christopher, but doctrine and canon are entirely separate things. It's getting chilly in Los Angeles. What, did it hit 60? Anathema is an excellent book, Christopher. Hello, Michael. 30. That's pretty cold. It's 22 here. No, last I checked, it might be colder now. Anathema is an excellent book. Western New York is colder. It snowed a lot on Thursday. If that's how you feel, Michael. I don't know what that means, Johnny. I'm not gonna get sick. Oh, that's cute, Navish. Sim theory? I've spent zero time thinking about sim theory because it's stupid. I don't have any particular thoughts on the LGBT community. They don't think about me, so I don't need to think about them. Yes, hello, Lucas. Cute little buddy. Yes, yes. And he got all excited. He knows I'm gonna feed him. Yes, Lucas, I'm gonna feed you a potato chip, you cute little bastard. It's cold, man. Here you go, buddy. Where are you at? Please don't bite me. Don't get all nervous and bite me. There you go, pal. Have you a potato chip? Because this is where I sleep, Michael. Well, that's how you know they're different things, Chris. Maybe, Bob. But Mein Kampf should have been. I'm not a Christian, Christopher. Mouse. I didn't read Snow Crash. I did read Seven Eves. I've read Seven Eves and Reamdi, The Cycle of the World, and Cryptonomicon, but I didn't read Snow Crash, no. The Anarchist Handbook could meet a flame. Thank you, Ian. There are plenty of books that do not need to be preserved from the future, in other words. But banned? No. I wonder whether the moon's atmosphere is dense enough to smell like anything. Twilight doesn't need to be preserved for the future, no, mechanic. I never seen Back to the Future, no. You too, Michael, thank you. Nah, they're just original. I wish they were salt and vinegar. They're very boring. I don't even like salt and vinegar. It is interesting to learn the history, Navish. Heard that. Oko. For my app. I don't even like salt and vinegar warm. But they wouldn't be boring. These are boring as hell. Understood, Christopher. Sometimes, when you're watching on desktop, it'll lag. So make sure the bar is slid all the way to the end. No, you didn't suggest it. I was just letting you know, like, I'm not here to defend a pope. Was he, Bob? If you say so, Shark. I remember watching Zell ride on a hoverboard on Final Fantasy VIII. I think I've covered that base. Well, yeah, Chris, that's what I was saying. Like, it's good to know the history. It's good to know how we got here. Heard that, Bob. Agreed, Oko. Interesting. The Moonlanders. Dweezil and his sister Moon Unit. They said that the moon smells funny. Heard that, Navish. Lutherans have a lot to rant about. Oh yeah, Bob? The Dweezil and Moon Unit landed for you? I've never actually listened to Frank's music. I try to let my references include everyone. So one of the rules of the internet is to never make references that are older than a few years. And I like to try to make references that I know to things from the 70s. I didn't mean to do that, Ian. But if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. I try to be culturally rounded, even if I don't watch the shit. I have limited time. I keep looking in here like it's going to be empty. I really do. Like I'm counting the chips I have left in this bag. Okay, Chris. Oh, Tony. I don't know what cordite is, but I'm gonna try to let that one just. That was funny, Bob. Thank you for sharing, Tony. Heard that, Navish. Agreed, Chris. The orange. Mice are awesome. He comes in and announces to me that he's here and that he wants food, but then he doesn't come back to get it. Cute little bastard. For sure, Navish. Okay, Tony. My favorite coach, Andy Reid is my favorite coach, but Ben Johnson and Zach Taylor are close seconds. Okay, Bowman. Andy Reid's just been my favorite coach since 1997. I don't feel about Palestine. It was either 97 or 98. Would have been one of his first years with the Eagles. He and Tomlin, yeah, they're one of the two. They're two of the longest tenured coaches in the league. Yeah. It's crazy to think that Andy Reid's going to retire soon. I don't know why you dislike him. He's not in your division. You play him maybe twice out of every 4 years. In the regular season. Heard that, Bob. I don't know why you dislike him. And it's improbable you've played them in the regular season in the last 4 years. Highly improbable. Yeah, in the last 10 years, you've played him 6 times. It's unlikely, but they've played the last 5 years in a row. That doesn't even seem possible. How did they manage that? Anyway, you got a 5-1 record against them in the regular season in the last 10 years. I don't know what you're bitching about. I don't know why you dislike him as a coach. Doesn't make sense. I keep forgetting you're a Bills fan. You don't even watch to the end of games. What the fuck am I arguing with you about? Heard that, Chris. Thank you. Heard that, friend. I'm just saying, I don't know why I'm arguing with a Bills fan. I grew up a Dolphins fan. I don't know why I'm arguing with you. Temperamentally, your team is never going to win because your fans don't sit in the fucking stands. Temperamentally, Buffalo gets what Buffalo gets. And so you're going to take it out on people that don't have anything to do with you. You're going to limit your ability to enjoy some other team's coach. Why? Because your team can't beat him? That doesn't make sense. Sure, Bob. It doesn't happen anymore, though. I never supported Colin Kaepernick. I always thought Colin Kaepernick was a douchebag. I just realized I didn't care. I no longer cared to know the answer to the questions because I should know about you that you're a Bills fan. I don't give a shit. Your Bills just embarrassed my Bengals. I don't care whether you're in a good mood or whether you like Andy Reid or not. Empathy doesn't always benefit us. Now, Josh Allen is very good, but the rest of the team is really not. I don't know about your coach, though. What's his name? McDermott? He's probably going to need a Super Bowl to stay employed. Or maybe they bring Dayball back. I don't know if he's wasting. I don't know if they're wasting Josh Allen. If they're wasting Josh Allen, Dan Marino was wasted, and I don't think Marino was wasted. But I hear what you're saying, Davish. He's still healthy. He hasn't undertaken any serious. He hasn't undergone any serious injuries. But they're never going to draft and develop a wide receiver with that offensive coaching staff. You guys got to stay in the fucking stadium, man. That fucking kills your team. Can bad head coaches have successful teams? Yes, Bob. I think that I'm of the opinion that Doug Peterson was a bad coach and he won a Super Bowl. Yes, Navish. Yes. I really thought that I really thought before the picks that McDermott was going to lose that game. Professional falconing, that's fun. Yeah, that's fun, Christopher. I only learned about that this year, Navish. I didn't know that was a thing. My girlfriend is she's from upstate New York, and so she was telling me about it. That when she decided she was going to watch football, that she had the choice basically between the Steelers and the Bills, and so she went to a Bills Steelers game, and the Bills fans left the stadium, so she knew who her team was, and that really fucked me up. I thought she was full of shit, and then I saw it happen during a game that they came back from this year, and that really upset me. That really it just kind of fucked up my heart. Yeah. It upset that those picks were bad, but they were particularly upsetting because I had just been talking to my girlfriend about how the Bengals could be calm and they could not press. The quarterback could just dirt those balls and not have to worry about it. Burrow could just dirt those things. He didn't have to score every drive, and then he just threw it right into the hands. And like the second tip, dude's hand didn't move. He just threw it right into it. He had like a full second to adjust the throw and didn't. I don't know what happened with Burrow in those moments. But she called it. His body language changed as soon as those drives started. The Damar Hamlin game is a different situation. Knavish. Bob, you're allowed to leave those up, bud. The first one he didn't have a good grip on the ball. The second one was a terrible throw. Just, I know what he was thinking. He was thinking, I'm Joe Burrow. If I can complete this pass. And then he threw it right into the guy's fucking hand, which is it's what happens when you're staring at it thinking, don't throw it into his hand. And so that's what he did. He threw it right. All he had to do was fucking dirt that ball. All Zach Taylor had to do was call 3 runs in a row and they win that game. But again, I was a Dolphins fan. It's just I jumped from one Dolphins loss to another. That was frustrating. Even just take the sack. Yeah, I don't know. Burrow was thinking he's only played 3 games this season, and he's got to win this game, and it's like, just play traditional mistake-free football and you win that game, because the Bills were just tripping all over themselves to lose that game. My favorite Super Bowl was that Rams-Patriots 13-3 disaster or whatever it was. That was the best game. That was an awesome Super Bowl. Andy Reid's first win is memorable as well. Was that the Eagles? I don't remember who they played, but that first Chiefs Super Bowl was sweet. I don't think it was the Eagles they beat. I don't remember who they beat. Yeah, did I accidentally call them the Eagles? I've been listening to a lot of sports talk. They're young, Navish. I forget how young Burrow and Allen are. They both came into the league younger than their class, so they're so young. Allen does do the same shit. That's why I was wondering if Dayball comes back. Dayball comes back and they probably win a Super Bowl. I mean that. Yeah, the Philadelphia's fans are crazy. The halftime shows, I do like the halftime shows, Bob. I haven't enjoyed the last couple because I think hip hop is terrible. But yeah, I love the halftime shows. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen, Hans. Um, that interception, because it wasn't even a blown call. The quarterback just don't throw that ball. Just don't throw that ball. He had time to dirt that ball, and he didn't. Hey, take care, Chris. It's been great hanging with you, man. Prince was great in the rain, the purple rain. Oh, I hear what you're saying. I don't remember. I didn't watch that halftime show. I didn't see that one. I know what you're talking about now. Prince performed in the rain. I didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah, take care, Chris. It's been great talking to you, and I'll figure out what you said to me eventually. Promise. I check those. For those of you who might think that I don't check my Patreon emails, I'm here to be. I'm there to be communicated with, so I read them. Oh, I don't like cars. T-Rex. My dad was a car guy, and I just never got into cars. I I am young and idealistic, and I thought that we were going to get future tech cars. Um, I don't even mean flying cars. I just mean future tech cars. Electric cars, battery cars are actually a move backward from the internal combustion engine. They're a move backward. Electric cars came before internal combustion engines, so I thought we were going to get something real, hydrogen cells, some kind of future tech that I could invest my interest in, and it never came. So I'm waiting on the first car that sparks my love, T-Rex. But it's gonna have to be future tech, some other kind of, not necessarily energy source, but propulsion mechanic. If you understand what I'm saying, something else. I got really excited in high school and middle school for hydrogen cells. So we'll see. You pump water into it, and the thing breathes out oxygen. That's fucking awesome. Give me that car. Horses? No, I never got into horses either. The self-driving cars, yeah, for sure. Self-driving cars have been a thing that we've been working for, and that road safety experts have been advocating for since probably the 1970s. That's probably been a thing in sci-fi since the 70s. It can be knavish, but it's not a tech that's happening. It's not a technology that's coming. We had everything we needed to do to go into mass production, and then 9/11 happened. I'm sorry to hear that, Eric. Well, maybe Midwest. Maybe there's no market for that. There's no reason for it. Cars became ubiquitous when um, people were rural, when the United States was largely rural, and while the United States is still largely rural, the average vehicle owner is suburban. So car ownership, car manufacturer, and the car economy doesn't make sense. It doesn't need to exist. And so a transformer car would be fire. It would be cool to have the technology, but there's no practical reason you would need it because you don't live on a farm. So, like, you don't need your car to also be able to double as um, a work vehicle, a vehicle that you can do work from and in. I understand, T Rex, that you're not who I'm talking about. It would be cool. And you do work with your vehicle, but you understand that what I'm saying is the work you do with your vehicle is the work that those vehicles were designed to do, move shit long distances. Right, but there's no marketable need for that, Navish. There's no marketable need for that. The people who own pickup trucks and use them as their daily drive vehicle, who should be driving sedans, could own both vehicles and don't. They have the space and the income, they just don't, because driving the truck is more expensive. And so it makes them seem more masculine in their waste of resources. And again, I'm not talking at you or about you, Tyrannus. Don't hurt yourself, Mike. I can hear the rubber um, burning. So don't hurt yourself. I don't think you're wrong, Navish. I'm saying that the reason the technology is just not coming is because there's no market for it. No one needs that. Yeah, well, Jeeps are a military vehicle, and military vehicles need to have multiple purposes. Totally, Tyrannosaurus. That's what I'm saying. That's the things that you guys want, like the Transformer thing, is something that the U.S. military wanted during the Cold War and World War II. These vehicles weren't originally designed to be vehicles. They were designed to kill people. Maybe Midwest, but again, I'm not a car guy, and the color is irrelevant to me. Just go buy a new car. Sure, Navish. Yeah. Thank you, Maggie. It's great to be seen by you. A hello would have been nice. And just hi. Thank you, Maggie. I've been listening to a lot of Static X lately. Um, for anybody who's still interested in what music I listen to, I've been listening to a lot of Static X lately, and yes, I know. R.I.P. Wayne Static. I'm not bitching at you, Maggie. I'm saying you didn't have to tell me about whether you subbed or not. You just say hi, and I could say hi back. I've always wanted a motorcycle, Midwest. Just as a vehicle for transportation, motorcycle makes sense to me. I grew up on four wheelers. I grew up around this stuff. I have strong opinions about it because I also grew up alone. Heard that, Bob. And thank you, Maggie. Thank you. I promised that I wasn't being bitchy. A motorcycle would be sweet. I love motorcycles. Not all of them. I've always wanted a oh, what are they called? Um, Roadster is what they're called, but what is it called? I don't remember the name of the brand right off. I haven't thought about this in years. But I saw one the other day and I was like, want one of those. I can't remember the name of the brand. Heard that, Navish. Yikes. That person's crazy. Not a Harley, no. A cafe racer? That's cool. Not a Harley, no. I really can't remember the name of the brand. Triumph. Triumph is the name of the brand. Enduros? Heard that, Maggie. A Honda Goldwing. The motorcycle that's always been in my heart has been a Triumph. I can't remember the. It might just be called a Triumph Roadster. But just a stripped down gas tank and an engine on two wheels. Basically, the motorcycle that Indiana Jones steals from the Nazis in the third Indiana Jones movie. Um, that's not how debates work, Punisher. Heard that, Navish. Yeah. I've always thought those were just so cool looking. Old school bike. Yeah, Tyrannus. Old school. Yeah. I don't know details, Aladdin. I'm not a vehicles guy. We just found common ground that motorcycles make sense for how I think vehicles should work. What they're for, and yeah, I like bicycles, so motorcycle just makes sense. They take up less space. They use less fuel. They're more dangerous, but not if you're not an idiot. And if they were more ubiquitous, there would be fewer people who rode them for thrills. And so, but I understand that cars are safer for the number of people who use vehicles. I've just always thought motorcycles are cool. Kind of for the same reason I think cars aren't cool, because you're strapping yourself to an internal combustion engine and two wheels, and you're just praying to God you don't kill yourself. And that's not a lot different from just strapping yourself to a rocket and praying to God you don't die. So it's a cool way to use an antique technology. I think bullet trains are a very good idea. Whether bullet trains or magnet trains, I think that high speed rail is a very good idea, Bob. And we don't need to run high speed rail through population centers. Hey, Eric. Yeah, bullet trains are awesome. Yeah, the U.S. should have high speed rail. I don't know, Tyrannus. What's up, Eric? Thank you, Eric, buddy. The genealogy thing is probably about afterlife stuff I don't want to know. Tyrannus, I've tried not to learn about the Mormons if I could avoid it. Everything they believe is wrong and wrong-headed. So I try to take your long view and say, well, they're just people. They seem nice. As long as they don't talk to me, we're good. What are you oopsing, Dave? So far, so good, Mount. How are you? To an increase in global conflict? No. I don't see AI raising to an increase in global conflict. I see it leading to a decrease in global conflict. Or you're just chilling? Heard that, Nave. Probably you meant genealogist. You'll get there. Thank you, Eric. I just heard OTEP for the first time. Didn't like that. OTEP with a B or with an E. They're a band. I'm sure she did. Yeah, she sounds like Chick. Trying to think of his name. The lead singer of Pantera. There it is. Phil Anselmo. Thank you. Yeah, she sounds like a Chick version of him. I struggle to take Chick lead singers in metal bands seriously, and I really don't know why. Yeah, it's cold, Maggie. They might be very good, Bob, but for whatever reason, I can't take them seriously. I don't know why. Oh, Keith. What conspiracies do I suspect? I don't know. I don't know who Nick Mullen is. I'm not familiar with, no, but I am aware of Alex Jones, yes. I'd love to hang out with Elliott Smith, Navish. I don't know, Maggie. I want to. It just never sounds good. I don't know. And then they always perform naked, and I can't take them seriously. Well, a lot of dudes in metal sing in the range that women would be better for. I just don't. It sounds bad. I don't know. Like Evanescence, I know they're not a metal band, but they're trying to do what I'm describing, and I don't like it. It sounds bad. Maybe, maybe real, but I don't think that was probably not a band. That was probably made for the soundtrack, and one would hope that they spent that money to sound good, but they probably didn't tour with it. I don't know them, Navish. I don't know that I disagree with you, Baggy. Metalheads are horny, and the women objectify themselves in a way that doesn't have anything at all to do with the music. And so I don't know. I don't know that women need to be up there. I don't think I'd want to talk to Chris Cornell. He seems like an asshole. I've seen interviews with him where he seems pretty self-absorbed. Chris Cornell. The judging of what Chris Cornell and Elliott Smith are dead. His interviews were not glowing examples of his inner light. No, Kevin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's yeah. Josh Homme seems pretty self-absorbed too. Josh Homme seems very pretentious. The Gin Blossoms, that's cool. Tyrannosaurus. I like that one song. I'm not saying he wasn't Kevin, but that doesn't mean that I would want to have a beer with him in a conversation, which was the context in which he was brought up. No, I don't write songs. I don't have to write songs in order to judge whether I would want to have a beer with someone. That's the context in which he was brought up. I was asked if there were a musician that I would like to hang out with. And somebody asked if Chris Cornell was in that category, and I said no. That Chris Cornell, from the interviews that I've watched of him, seemed like a pretty self absorbed dude, and like a conversation with him would be boring. Found out about you, that's the one. No, I don't like poetry, Bob. I once told a poet that he could put the poetry to music and I would give a shit. And yet you're not, Kevin. So maybe you're just wrong. I don't listen to music by people that I wouldn't want to have a beer with, Navish. That's the prerequisite to live in my head. I have to want you there. I bet I don't what, Kevin? I should be ashamed of myself for what? The person I said I wanted to be. And anyway, the person I said I wanted to hang out with is also a suicide and self absorbed methamphetamine addict. Go fuck yourself, Kevin. Maybe Maggie. But again, the interviews that I've watched of Chris Cornell came off as self absorbed. He doesn't seem like the kind of person I would want to hang out with. I don't think I'm talking smack. I'm talking to you, Kevin. And I am not the person who said that Josh Homme seemed like he would be a pretty cool guy when he's not coked out. All I've said is that Josh Homme is definitely pretentious and self absorbed. And you have to be pretentious and self absorbed in order to talk about how good you are at sex in every single song you write. Go fuck yourself. Toad the Wet Sprocket. I don't know that song. Plenty of people want to have a beer with me, Kevin. You sitting here talking to me right now is talking to me while I'm no, my mother and I haven't spoken for 20 years. While I'm smoking weed. So technically, I'm having a beer with you right now. Kevin's a loser. No, my mother hates me. I haven't spoken to my mother in 20 years. Let Kev go off. Let Kev crash off. He wants to be gay with Josh Homme and Chris Cornell's ghost. He likes to suck micro Ginger Peter. Just let Kevin go off. Kevin what does that say? Kevin McKin 3602 likes to suck dick. Migo 799 also likes to suck dick. Did you know? Did you know that in the 10th century, the word that we now call the N-bomb meant someone who chooses to be a bottom sexually? The N-bomb in the 10th century meant a male slut for other men. Kevin is his fluffer. Well, Bob, wherever they are, there they are. Yeah, right, Maggie? And I have an Uncle Kevin. And anyway, being a millionaire is an example of pretension and self absorption. In order to hoard all of that wealth, you have to be pretentious. Nobody's harassing me, Rickroll. You have a me named Kevin? Lane Staley? He seemed like a dude who wouldn't be fun to hang out with, but I haven't watched any interviews with him. Oh, your real name? Heard that, Kev. Heard that, Bob. I'm not actually shitting on the name Kevin. I have a me named Kevin. That's a funny way to say that. You made me laugh, Bob. That's how I would have said that. I know a me named that. Very nice. Oh. Oh, he found his chip. Now he's trying to figure out how to get it out of the hole. Yeah, I wouldn't want a beer with Phil Anselmo either, Midwest. We've said his name a couple of times here on the stream tonight, and I'm just waiting on somebody to accuse me of being a neo-Nazi. Yeah, I know it's coming. I'm always smoking Maggie. Yeah, Phil Anselmo is a dude I would not want to be in the same room with, to be honest. I just wouldn't want to be associated with his company. He had a cool voice, though, in the 90s. Another person I wouldn't want to hang out with is Maynard James Keenan. We might notice a theme here. The singers in these bands, these great bands, even the ones like Chris Cornell who were the music, um, just not dudes I would want to hang out with. I don't know where that comes from. Well, thank you for condescending to me, though. So am I, Navish. So am I. Pretty much, Kevin. Yeah, yeah. The dudes who were in popular music when I was a kid. No, I wouldn't want to hang out with Freddie Mercury. Graham Parsons. I don't know that. I don't know that name. Freddie was intense. Freddie and I wouldn't have got along very well. Freddie was a bottom by choice, and dudes like that pissed me off. He would, anytime he and I got into an argument, he would want to do that fawn shit. Out of my face. He sang with Emmylou Harris. Heard that. Freddie was absolutely a mope. The Flying Burrito Mope. The Flying Burrito Brothers. I don't know what you think a mope is, Kevin. But Freddie absolutely did just sit around and mope. Feel bad for himself. Michael Jackson, that's another person I wouldn't want to be associated with, but I would have loved a conversation with Michael. I would have loved an honest conversation with Michael, yeah. Not Prince, but Michael, yeah, for sure. Because Michael wanted somebody to talk to so bad. I would have enjoyed lending him an ear. Couldn't have helped him, but I would have enjoyed lending him an ear. Because if you listen to Macaulay Culkin talk about him, that's all their relationship was. Michael Jackson needed desperately to find some way past his childhood trauma. Morrison is a no. Cobain is a no. Hendrix is a maybe. Johnny Cash is a definite yes. Merle Haggard, I don't know enough about the mythology. Johnny Cash is a 100% yes. Um, I would love to just hear him talk to me about the writing of Sunday Morning Coming Down. Yeah. Michael was a troubled man who didn't know that he was doing wrong. So, troubled man. And he didn't surround himself with self-beneficial people. He surrounded himself with people who took advantage of and hurt him. So I would have loved to have had a conversation with him. Yeah, for sure. He died when I was 22, something like that. So I grew up with the Michael Jackson memes. Hurt, yeah. What's his name? Trent Reznor said that became Johnny Cash's song. I don't even like the Nine Inch Nails song, but Johnny Cash, his cover of Hurt that's his song. I think he does a song on that called Man in Black too that's really good on that record. Yeah, I listen to Sunday Morning Coming Down when I'm really feeling it, Maggie. I listen to it a handful of times a year, and um, I like to get stoned and go on long walks and listen to it. Name an artist that I wouldn't consider to be self-absorbed. There you go, Kevin. I don't think we are. I don't think it's possible to be an artist and not absorbed with yourself. But that doesn't mean that you have to be pretentious, and it doesn't mean that you have to be a bad conversation. I am self-absorbed. Otherwise, my face wouldn't be on this. We would be focusing on something other than my obvious outward self. Bob Marley is someone that I just don't want to know anything about. I appreciate that people like him. No thanks. Well, Philalitheia means lover of truth, Kevin. Yeah, humility and self-absorption they're not opposite ends of a scale. Well, Kevin, you effectively are. Maybe knavish. He and I would have little to talk about, though. Probably a mechanic, and the way he treated women was not great. So I just don't want to know about him because there's some obvious chicanery going on there, and I just don't want to know about it because then I'll be compelled to talk about it. Thank you, Tyrannus. I'm glad you're still here. I'm impressed you're all still here, actually. I'm impressed so many of you are here. I said I was only going to do this for a little while because it's cold. I was going to do it until the conversation dried up because it's cold. and you guys have kept the party going, kept me warm. That's very cool of you. Thank you. I said I probably wouldn't be here after 3, and it's 3:42. So I know the one Avicii, however you pronounce that song. David Bowie dated Slash's mom. That's funny. What is this? I don't know what you're looking at. Whereabouts is this? I'm in Ohio, Maggie. Ozzy? Um, I've listened to more Ozzy in the past few months since his passing than I did before his passing. Um, but there have been a handful of Ozzy songs that have defined my life in a few different ways. So I have a respect and a massive appreciation for Ozzy, but I wouldn't want to hang out with Ozzy, if that answers that question. Heard that, Navish. Well, be smart, all right? Don't let me be the reason you lose sleep, because I won't let you be the reason I lose it. And when we're young, we think that we can go without that sleep, but it does have a deleterious effect on our late age. So if you want your brain to work when you're my age, make sure you're sleeping. Yeah, it's almost 4 o'clock, Maggie. My girl's gonna be waking up any minute now. I need to stretch out my leg. My hip hurts so bad. Is that a word you don't like, Enki? What's up? What's that about? Yeah, me too, Ozzy. Or in the song "I Only Want You," he says a lot of wise and true things. Yeah, Crazy Train. I Only Want You. Mama, I'm Coming Home. Um, No More Tears. And then he released a record. He released an album in 2020 that is just really, really good. And then he released a record right after I got out of high school with the single. I think it's called "All My Life," and in that song he says, "Don't need no mental masturbation," and I thought that was so fucking clever. I didn't know that was an actual phrase. That was the first time I ever heard that phrase. I thought that was so fucking clever, and so "All My Life" is a song that's lived with me since high school, since shortly after high school. "Fire in the Sky." I don't know that one, Bob. I haven't sat down and listened to his discography, and I don't particularly like Black Sabbath. Ozzy is the only interesting thing happening in Black Sabbath to me. And you can say that what it is I just don't know how to listen to music from the 1970s, and I will tell you that you're probably just fucking right. I hear you, Navish. I hear you. Don't let me sound bossy. You do you. You're an adult. I respect your choices. I just also remember being your age and thinking that I would catch up on the sleep when I was old. No, you won't. It will affect your long-term mental health. I promise. The sooner you get your sleep right, the sooner your long-term mental health will stabilize. I promise. My girlfriend is constantly, "No, I'm in my late 30s, Justin. I'm almost 40. Me too, Bob. I almost called you Bobby. I hope that's not. I hope that if I do that, it doesn't upset you. I know you're older than I am. It's a habit. I don't mean to condescend, and I most certainly don't mean to I most certainly don't mean to take liberties with the respect due your seniority. I spent my 20s with New York Italians, and they do that to everybody. They called me Vinny, and there was nothing I was going to do to stop them. I respect you too, Bob. And the filial piety of the respect to people older than us is something that went away with my generation, and it is something that I don't like about my generation. I am seriously injured and walk with a limp, but I still hustle to get doors for men even just a few years older than I am. Hustle to doors to catch it for graybeards and women. And they give me a look like, you are way too old to be doing this, and it's like, you are too old to be opening your own doors when I can still hustle. And that's not about self-righteousness. It's just a personal quirk. You don't have to follow in my lead. It's just something that I determined I was going to do and that I double down on every day. Yes, Navish. They can be examples, they can be shining examples of human virtue, or they can be some of the most appallingly ugly people you'll ever see. Yes. I, luckily, didn't know any of that latter class, but they did. And they talked about them a lot. Well, it's not going to get easier, Austin. Every year after 25, your body is dying. You're repairing less and less. You're losing to entropy every year. You're losing every year after 25, you're losing to the call of death. And so you either need to get out of the cold, you need to bundle up more, or you need to just prepare for it to get harder and harder and harder until finally you succumb and die. Because that's what happens. I came out here to do that last thing. Succumb and die. And then I didn't. You can slow it down, but every day is a slow march toward death. This is why everyone aged 21 plus, 25 plus in our modern Western civilization has a generalized anxiety and feels like they're running out of time to accomplish anything. Because by 30, our species evolved to survive to 30. No, I do not have a college. Oh, I'm sorry I called you Austin, Justin. I swear to God that was an A. I looked at it a bunch of times. I even double checked after I said Austin. That says Justin, and I'm very sorry. No, I do not have a college degree. Yeah, death in Texas. Hello? I'm just gonna say she. I swear to God, I double checked before I said it out loud, and then after I said it, I double checked that I didn't misname you. I swear to God, that was an A. I looked. I am sorry. I'm usually better than that. Because I double check. I did. Oh, I swear to God I did. But now I can clearly see that that is not an A. I'm very sorry. Embarrassing. We're just going to say I'm tired. It's almost 4 a.m. I've been doing this for a while now. 3 hours. Not that long. I was doing 14 hours in the summer. Heard that, Navish. We're just going to say that we all make mistakes. and we're gonna move on because I didn't hurt him in any way. And as he says, lots makes the mistake, and he made the green laughy face, which I understand is a positive laugh. The blue one is a sarcastic laugh. These are my understanding. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sure that the red one is an angry. Doing all right, Debbie. How are you? And for anybody who asked, somebody asked me earlier, my feet toasty warm, super comfortable in the foot department. In fact, sweaty and maybe could lose a couple of degrees down that way. Fingertips are starting to feel it, but otherwise I am very comfortable. So anybody who wants to put W's in chat can put a great big W for Rach for that. The sleeping bags I earned, damn it. But she did buy this thermal blanket that I've got, and she did buy these jackets that I'm wearing, and these pants. So if we want to pass out W's, we can give Rach a great big W for that. I'm sure that she'll be happy to wake up to it. You too, Debbie. I I paid off my sleeping bags. I did that. That was my money. I heard that, Justin. See, I didn't hurt you. And thank you for giving Rachie those W's. Even when she's not here, she, just like Christopher, just like Mac and Fly. I haven't seen Mac and Fly on a live in a while. I haven't seen. Lenny's not been feeling well. He's not been doing well. So if we could give F's, not fail, but F to pay our respects to Mac and Fly. If he ever sees this, I'm sure it would mean a lot to him. Yeah, very close to Austin Powers. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, T-Rex. Thank you, Bob. Those are my producers. And then Mr. S is floating out there in the universe somewhere. He doesn't love it when I get you guys to do that. He always I wouldn't say he doesn't love it. I'm sure he loves it. I'm sure it's his favorite thing. But he always gets embarrassed and blushes. So I won't make you guys or encourage you guys to make my buddy Mr. S blush. But Mr. S he's been a Patreon and supporter of the channel for it'll be a year in April. It's been a long time. And so what I was saying is that Rach, Mac and Fly, Christopher, who is here in the chat for a while tonight, and Mr. S, they're never far from the channel. They're never far from my thoughts, and they're never not deserving your praise, whether they're here or elsewhere. Mr. S is relatable. Yeah, Mr. S is a great dude. No, I'm not in a vehicle, Thomas. This is where I live, Thomas. This is my tent. I'm leaned a little bit further away from the light because I don't have anything right now to prop up my back except for the wall of my tent. I need to get like another, I don't know, something. I guess I could put my laundry back there. That wouldn't be bad. Just be a little bit uncomfortable to sleep on, but whatever. I could make it work. Yeah, cool. It is what it is. But yeah, Mr. S he's very relatable. He's very funny. So I'll get him on the channel in some way, some day. But first I gotta get myself yeah. Yes, Navish. Back pain is terrible. As soon as I can get myself on a stable internet connection with a computer that isn't running all of its processing through the GPU, I will get Mr. S on the channel, and then I'll be getting as many of you as want to guest star on the channel. But that isn't going to be until at least the first thaw. Bushcrafter? I wouldn't say that I'm a bushcrafter, no. Three of your cousins were online in 91. I was young. 91 is early. But I was online in 5th grade. So 91 I would have been 4. So 93 was first grade. So 97, 98 I was on the internet. Not anymore, Thomas. I did when I started. Yeah, mine is rated to in the 20s maybe. I have a mummy. Um it's rated down into the 20s, and then I have it doubled up with one that's rated into the 50s, and then I also have a thermal liner. Heard that, Navish? No. Well, yeah, but uh, they're not good stories, Thomas. Nothing interesting. There was a deer who used to stomp around out there. That was scary, but otherwise, nothing interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it was more precarious last year, Tyrannosaurus. I had to wear more layers. I had to wear heavier, thicker layers last year, and I had to double up on my socks. And I put hot hands on the outer layer of socks so they wouldn't burn my feet. Well, I couldn't be gone, but yeah, he uh, he was big, and if he decided that he wanted to make me into human paste, there was absolutely no defense I had against him. He was huge. If you've ever been next to like a big pony, that's about how big he was. He wasn't quite as tall and broad as a horse, but he was a big pony, and he would have fucked me up if he had decided that he wanted to stomp on me. Because I was laying here prone like this, and he comes stomping by, and the stomp was it wasn't aggressive. He was letting me know that he could fuck me up. Yeah, I don't love being cold either, Thomas. So I've got it worked out so that I'm not anymore. With location, I'm not sure what you mean. I have dreams like that sometimes. Oh, that's interesting. I see what you're saying. You've stepped on snakes? I've never stepped on a snake. I've gotten very lucky. Fortunate, or I've just been staring at my feet to make sure I don't. I actually haven't even seen a snake while I've been out here. Maybe I saw one. Yeah, well, I did my research, Thomas. I grew up a Cub Scout. I got out by the second year of Bear, so I didn't do Boy Scouts. But my dad was a soldier. My dad was in the army, so we used to camp when I was a kid, and I've wanted to be a monk my whole life. So I found a place that would be amenable to me, but close enough to civilization that I could still um, charge my phone and eat. Both things, Thomas. Scream like a girl? I would too. Ooh, that's scary, Navish. Walking past rattlesnakes would be scary. And you said a nest. My dad used to hunt rattlesnakes when he was in the army. 23 years is a long time, Bob. My dad did his four and got out. Got his GI Bill and got out. Thank you, Justin. I do appreciate that you watched my work. Um, yeah, that's what I'm here for, man. I'm trying to be intellectual and thought provoking in public. Yeah, I still like fire and knives, but I didn't have a good time. I fucking hated the Cub Scouts. But I learned a lot. I learned a lot. Heard that, Bob. I'm sorry to hear that, Thomas. Good morning, Rachie. You loved Cub Scouts but had a love-hate relationship with Boy Scouts? That's actually what I've heard from every Boy Scout. That once you get out of Cub Scouts, it becomes difficult. It becomes work, commitment. It takes up a lot of your life. Right at the time in your life when you're starting to understand what your time means and how valuable it is to you. I also learned around that time. Well, that's actually what I was going to say, Thomas. Is I learned around the time that I got out that the Boy Scouts of America and the Nazi Youth are sister organizations. Heard that, Navish. It's very poetic, Bob. No shit, Thomas. The Boy and Girl Scouts of America are sister organizations of the Nazi Youth and whatever the German girls' version was. The Boy Scouts was designed to make boys independent of the American government so they would choose to be Nazis in adulthood, and the Girl Scouts of America was designed to make good Nazi wives out of American girls. So I don't know what they're like now, but I know that all the boys in my troop were gay as hell. I know they were fucking the hell out of each other in those tents, and I wanted nothing to do with it. Heard that, T-Rex. I'm sorry to hear that, Tom. My father and I don't have a relationship. I can't relate, but I am sorry to hear that you lost that. Maybe, Navish. I don't know. I know what my experience was like, and I know what I learned. It is what it is. We all have different paths in life, but we've arrived here at the fountain together. Thank you guys for so many of those beautiful emojis, so many happy faces and hearts, in hundreds. I'm glad to touch so many of you positively. Hi, Rob. Okay, so I gotta call you. I gotta call you Rob's World. We'll come up with something, because I already got a. Oh no, I got a Bob in here, so I can call you Rob. We're good. I gotta switch my headphones over, or they're gonna die. Actually, I don't even need it in my ear anymore. I've been listening to this music, not even really paying attention to it. I wish everybody could feel the love your dad showed you too, Thomas. I do. And so that's what we're here to do. This fountain, these lives, my Discord, the Patreon, when I can get people to go in there to chat and love on one another, is an opportunity for you to teach me, so I can help you accomplish that wish. Heard that. Thank you for that. Hey, welcome, L. Welcome to the Shagonauts. Nice to make your acquaintance. And if I have made your acquaintance, I don't recognize your name or your profile. Heard that, Justin. I love to see you guys chiming in to share your opinions. I've been out here since September of 24, about 16 months, something like that. What month are we in now? Month 12. September is month uh, 9. Is that right? The one after July. August, September. That's 9. So 15 months. Thank you, Al. I don't know what that means, Paul. Welcome back, Eric. I don't know about brave, but thank you, Tom. I'm doing my best, Robs. It's not easy. It's gotten much. I wouldn't say I'm in the wild, no, but I am um, outside, as people like to ask me. I'm in a tent. You're funny, Navish. It was actually Gregory. Spring is coming, Bob. Thank you, Pierre. No, Thomas, no. I eat at Taco Bell mostly. I make enough money. I make enough money doing this. Yeah, Gregory, the Gregorian calendar is the calendar that we use now. Yeah. Julius did fuck with the calendar, but they were trying to get it right, actually. They weren't trying to mess it up. They were trying to get it right. It took a really long time to figure out a working solar calendar of 12 months because they didn't know for a really long time that it was 365 and a quarter days. It took a really long time to figure out the and a quarter days part. Hey, it's a nice thing you're doing, T-Rex. The story, Navish, um, if you're interested in the story, if you're I don't know it. I don't know it by heart. There are very, very, very good YouTube videos about it. Yeah, Julius. Yeah, Julius changed a bunch of the names, but he had a 10-month calendar. It might even have been a 9-month calendar. That's right, Emmy. The reason that we have leap years is because of the and a quarter days. Yeah, so you add a day every 4 years, and that accounts for it, so that the days don't slip. So quickly, I can explain to you why it took so long. Sort of. I can explain to you what happened. But Center RE place. John does an excellent. John Hamer, I think, is his name. He does an excellent breakdown of the calendar, of how we arrived at our modern day calendar. But basically, what was happening is they just imposed a calendar, and they weren't always 365 days. Some of them were 360 days. Some of them were other numbers. And so, like the Jewish calendar is a lunar calendar, not a solar calendar. And they didn't know. They didn't know. They did, but governments didn't necessarily believe the math of a 365-day circle around the sun. They knew, they had the math. They had done the math. The experts had done the math. But the governments did not always believe it, or they chose that because they were gods, they could impose a calendar on the sun. And so what was happening is, like, the Catholic Church had imposed this calendar on the sun. And what was happening is Easter was falling earlier and earlier and earlier in the year. And so Easter is supposed to be on a specific day in the precession of our planet around the sun. Easter is on the day where the sun is now going to be longer in the day because the planet has tipped back toward it. That's what Easter is. And it's an equinox or a one of those. I don't know which. I don't know the difference. Someone can explain this very his name is John Hamer, I think. But the name of the channel is Center Place, but it's Center spelled like the Canadians do it, R-E, not E-R. They're a Mormon organization, but he is an excellent speaker and lecturer, and he talks about a diverse group of things. I'm not a good lecturer. He's an excellent lecturer, and he can explain this to you with the history very well. He did to me, by my estimation. I mean, anyway. And so what was happening is that Easter is supposed to be on a very specific day, where the day after Easter it's spring, and the day before Easter it's winter. But it kept happening earlier and earlier and earlier in the year. And so they had to get that shit right, because people were going, wait a minute, your religion cannot actually control the sun. Your religion has imposed this calendar on the sun, and the sun doesn't even follow the rules of your religion. When we were talking earlier about doctrine versus canon, even the sun doesn't follow the doctrine of the Catholic Church. Why should we? And that was an argument that people really made. That was an argument that people really made. You don't even know when Easter is. The pagans at least know when spring starts. The Christians had a real problem on their hands. Think about it today. There are Christians who have made this whole, we're going to drive a wedge down what people know about creationism, right? Or about evolution, or about the way that the universe began, this fundamentalist argument. And it drives people away, because they go, you don't even understand the basics of how reality works. You can't get me to a good afterlife. People say this today. Humans were humans 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. They said the same things during the medieval Europe. And so the calendar that we have today was very carefully crafted. Because of that, every 4 years you lose a day. And so after 100 years, Easter isn't on Easter anymore. It slipped by 25 days. Does that explain, Emmy? Right, Navish. And so the first Sunday after the full moon on the spring equinox. And so you have to have those three things, and people know this, right? And so if it's in December and not in April, if the church is saying, "All right, let's celebrate Christmas, or let's celebrate Easter before Christmas," people are going to go, "Wait a minute. That can't be right." The longest cheer? I don't think that's how that word plays. Love you too, Eric. Well, Emmy, it'll be there forever. You can always back up the last 5 minutes. I didn't have any Reese's products today, because I don't really like peanut butter that much. December 25th is for a lot of things, Blaze. I don't think it's Sol Invictus, though. I've never heard Sol Invictus. It's usually associated with um fuck. I didn't know I was going to be talking about this, so I don't have his name right in the front of my mind. He's a Persian god. He's in the Conan Exiles universe. Neebs takes him. Mithras. Mithras was on the 25th. And there's a reason that the early Roman Christian organization chose the 25th of December, and it was because Mithras was the common soldier, or Mithras was the officer classes religion, and Christianity was the common soldiers religion, and so they needed the Christian intelligentsia and the newly Christianizing government under Constantine needed the army and the officers to worship on the same day. And so December 25th. Yes, and yeah, they now Navish they make micro adjustments to the calendar. Yeah, now they make micro adjustments because they have atomic clocks now that are actually more accurate than the sun. Stuff that I don't fully understand, I just know exists because the things that we're taught about at the lowest levels of human understanding are appallingly boring compared to what's happening at the cutting edge of science. The cutting edge of human curiosity is so much more interesting than the shit we talk about on the internet. Oh yeah, probably knavish. Something just got scared and ran away. Gene Hoglan is called the atomic clock. Yeah, that's funny. Gene Hoglan of Death Clock fame. That's Pickles the drummer, yo. I think that's Gene Hoglan. I'm probably wrong. Yeah, so the years would start on the right day. Yeah, that makes sense. What do I think about holograms? I don't often think about holograms. It sounds like a technology that's a little bit silly and far away, like a little bit silly to think about putting into practical application from a marketing standpoint. We're 10 years away from 10 years away. But maybe I'm wrong. Midwest. So like I said, I don't often think about it. We still don't have indestructible phones. Right now, I'm reading and reacting to you. Take time. Do I believe in the possibility of time travel? Oh, totally. I'm writing a book about it. You just don't want to know how backward time travel really works. Physicists won't tell you because you'll try. In order to return to a previous save state, you have to be in a superposition of both alive and dead, which means the moment you die. Afterlife is probably time travel. You don't have to go anywhere. Take time. Um, I don't know that story, Navish. No, I never heard that story. I don't know the how. Macroscopic quantum teleportation. Um, isn't that the plot of Fantastic Four, the most recent Fantastic Four movie? Um, if it's macroscopic, it has limited enough practical application that I don't have any existing interest bucking. I've never heard anybody talk about this. Um, but they've recently had successful experiments in quantum entanglement. So if they're if they're starting to figure out how quantum entanglement works, it wouldn't surprise me if they were able to translocate. I don't know about transportate, but translocate um, non-local energies. Wouldn't surprise me. Well, if it just won the Nobel Prize, that's probably why it was in the Fantastic Four movie. So yeah, that was a plot device in the most recent Fantastic Four movie. And if you had, I'm certain now that you didn't listen to my whole answer, but if you had bothered to listen to my whole answer, you would have got what I think about it. Instead of being negatively critical of me asking you if I had ever heard of that before and then demonstrating your ignorance, you could have just listened to my whole answer, but instead you've used up my limited patience for fools. So the how, I don't know. That's what my novel is about. I can only imagine that if you attempted it, you wouldn't have any control over the mechanism. So the how, I don't know. I answer and see, why didn't you take the time to listen to my entire answer? I gave you my thoughts on it. I asked you, isn't that what that is? I said, I'm not sure I know what that is. And then I asked, oh, wait, wasn't that the plot of that movie? Okay, well, if it's the plot of that movie and it's these other thing is true, then this thing is probably true, and this is what I think of it. It has limited marketable applicability, and they're probably not transporting anything. They're probably translocating energy. How about you suck my whole fat cock, Bucking? I answered your fucking question and you didn't listen. You became instantly negatively critical. How about what you do is choke yourself to death on my cock? Oh, that's interesting, Navish. I'm sure that's why not that doesn't have much to do with why we didn't adopt it in the 50s, but that's funny. This song in my head is ironically appropriate. He says, "I am a monster, you motherfucker." That's funny. Well, soccer was the name of the sport. I hear you, Tyrannosaurus. I'm sure that Santa's not going to visit me. If there is a spider alive in this cold, that spider can have that perch on my head. And keep it. My mom, I was told recently that this was abuse and appalling abuse, but my mom told me when I was 6 that Santa only visits poor people whose parents don't love them. Okay, Catherine, just be advised that it is, 4:26, and I was supposed to get off of here 20 minutes ago so I could tell my girlfriend to have a good morning. I mean, it's below 20 degrees right now, Catherine. Just don't announce that you have questions, and then however many questions you ask, you won't have to apologize for them being more than the one. That might be true, Navish, but they called it soccer in the 1200s. Why aren't we together? Because she lives apart from me. You have a great morning too, Tyrannus. If you're leaving me, I'm obviously not leaving yet. I have at least one more question to answer because I said I would. At least because it was announced. I don't know. I don't remember committing to it. Uh, Thank you, Logan. The UK do use the metric system, but standard was the English system, um, probably until the conclusion of the First World War. Emmy, a lot of why we maintain standard is because it was the system that the British Empire used. I hear you, Tyrannus. We were at war with the British Empire. No, you're the no. What you said was because he didn't say whether the British used it or not. What he said, no, it's okay, What he said, and we'll just recap because it's an interesting story. What he said is that the um the metric system was new in Europe on the continent in the 18th century, so around the time of the American Revolution. And so we were allied with the French against the Brits, and a French engineering team was sending over the metric standard measurements so that we would have them so we could switch over to the metric because that was the new system that was being developed on the continent, and contrary to the British imperial standard system, which is the standard of inches, feet, miles, etc. Um, and so what happened is the French engineers were sending over this ship, and British pirates sank the because okay, so the way metric works is like there's a block of lead or whatever that is a gram, and you have to have that block. You have to have that specific weight in order to measure a gram. So, and we're not talking about like measuring sticks. We're talking about scientific measuring equipment. And the scientific measuring equipment was on its way, on its way, on its way, sank. And so that moment was a key moment in the why the nascent nation didn't turn to a different measuring system than the one that the British Empire used. But I'm pretty sure that Britain would have remained on standard until the collapse of the British Empire, subsequent World War II, but probably around World War One. But that's an argument that comes up in Congress every few decades, and a big part of why we didn't switch over to the metric with Europe in the 1950s, subsequent World War II, is because the British Empire used the standard system, and it was good enough for them. And our founding fathers, no, I'm sorry, our ruling elite in the 1950s identified as British. Yes, they recently recalibrated, and by recently I mean in the last 2 decades, recently recalibrated the metric system with higher quality tools. I don't believe that nations should exist, Bob, but kings are an absolute no for me. Yeah, Navish, they recently, within the last 2 decades, so within your lifetime probably, replaced all of the original standard measurement equipment. They had it in a specific place, probably somewhere in Prague. I said Prague, I meant Switzerland. But yeah, it was a whole the Western scientific establishment of Europe is a whole micro cult of extremely wealthy um, people, not necessarily scientists, because until the 20th century, professional scientists were just extremely rich people. Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in Switzerland because Switzerland is neutral and has all those banks. Um, but yeah, so a part of European identity after the First World War and then after the Second World War, a big part, because Europe is not a collective identity in the same way that the United States is. Even North America, Canada, and the United States, we have a collective North American continental identity. Um, Europe, I've read a lot of books about this that have been published in the last 10 years. Switzerland actually, the way that actually works, Em, is that Switzerland hates everybody. Uh, they condescend to everyone equally, is the way that actually works. They don't love everybody. If you've ever met a Swiss person, they're extremely condescending and self righteous. Um, what was I saying? The European identity doesn't exist. The European cultural identity doesn't exist. You're either French or Swiss or German or whatever. They're extremely racist, extremely nationalist, and extremely racist because their governments are extremely old and their people are used to being fed and ignored. Their people are used to being ignored. And so it's only been within the last decade. You've watched, if you've been on the internet, you've watched the instability that the internet has brought to Europe. Yes, knavish. And so one of the things that organizations like the European Union and the League of Nations, not the United Nations. One of the things they tried to do was engender a European identity. This is why Russia has to expand west and doesn't bother south or east, because Russia rejects the European identity, but also balks when Europe says, "Well, if you're going to reject working toward the identity, then we're not going to call you European." Russia says, "Well, we're in Europe, so we're European." You see this happen with black people in the United States, where you saw it happen a lot in the 90s. You don't hear the conversation anymore unless you're listening to me talk. But in the 90s, white people used to say, okay, well, you're either American or you're African. You're not African American because that hyphen means that you occupy a superposition of two nationalist states. You either identify as African, and that means that you support the causes and fight in the wars in favor of African policies, or you do that for America. You don't do both things because America is very frequently at a state of open war with European or with African nations. Well, no, it wasn't forced upon them. It was invented out of whole air, and they were just told they had it now, is what I'm saying, Navish. The European identity doesn't exist. It was just invented and it wasn't forced on them. It was just people were told they had it, while their governments continued to maintain hyper nationalistic and paranoid aggression toward their neighbors. So they were told all European peoples are European and equal as European. The European Union, you're allowed to travel freely, but you're also told that you're not a French European. You're not a British European. You're not a German European. You're a French. You're a British. You're a German. You see what I'm saying? Whereas in the United States, you're a Floridian American. You're an Oklahoma American. Much larger landmass, unifying identity. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so one of the ways that the European identity was not imposed upon, but given to the people of Europe was the metric system, by saying we're going to put this thing under glass in a hermetically sealed case like we would do with a relic in Catholicism, and we're going to say this is why our weights and measurements are superior to standard, because they're easily calculable along with your digit system that you already use, your 10 system. It's already in the tens that you're already learning in school. All of the systems of math that you use to measure the world, except for time, are in the same core arithmetic. Whereas standard inches is in 12s, and it's based off your foot, and sorry, feet, and inches build up into feet in 12s, and they're based off your foot. And the yard is based off a measurement from old masonry. I know it's 3 feet, but it was necessary to measure in threes of feet in masonry. So a meter is as long as it is to be as long as it is, because a meter is a yard and then some. But they didn't build in meters. It was just that was an imposed measurement, and it just happens to be a little bit longer than a yard. But a yard was used in all kinds of measurement, from surveying land, right? Your front yard would have been measured in blocks of 3 feet. You would have paced it out, in other words, because your pace, your one step is about 3 of your feet long, like these kinds of things. This is how we used to measure things. And so the standard system, the reason we use it, even when we're measuring liquids, like the reason we still use quart and and gallon and all of these things, is because they make sense for human usage. Liters don't make sense for human usage. Exactly, Navish. Fahrenheit standard works for your body and the way you use things, because it's based off of your body and the way you use things, not off of standard, um, like water, not based off scientific standards. So water has a standard melting and freezing temperature under a standard pressure, and so that's what Celsius is, for example. Yeah, you drink a 2 liter soda every day. Yeah, for sure. Everybody does. But for that's for storage. You don't drink 1 liters, and you don't drink 1 liter in a setting. You drink 8 ounces in a setting, and 8 ounces is half a fluid ounce. Hello, Inferno. Fluid ounce is 16 ounces. No, I'm sorry, not a fluid ounce. What is 16 fluid ounces? Oh, 16 fluid ounces is a bottle of soda. Or 8 fluid ounces is a can of soda, or a standard cup. 2 cups. That's what I was trying to say. A standard cup is 8 fluid ounces, and 2 of those is a bottle of soda. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Navish. I'm starting to get tired, and so the words are coming out in the wrong order, and so I'm no longer being cromulent for trying to communicate these ideas, which means that I need to bow out. But yeah, these are standard measurements, because they're the standard measurements that we were doing things in already. And eight ounces of fluid is about as many as your body needs. Like when you wake up and you drink 8 ounces of fluid, you're ready to kickstart your metabolism. So if you're drinking in 8 ounce increments, you're drinking in what your body is basically about the size of your stomach. But we aren't calculating that in liters, because it's like 0.375 liters or something like that. It's a weird fraction, and you get used to it when it's your measurement system. But I'm very pro standard, because it's easy once you actually understand where it came from. It's very easy to use. It's very easy to eyeball like a cup once you get used to it. Yeah. an inch is about the distance of the first phalange or whatever this is called. Yeah, that's about an inch. The palm is between 3 and 4 inches. Normally, my palm is about 3 inches. The hand is about is between 6 and 8 inches long. A hand is about 8 inches long. The distance between your forearm and your wrist is about a foot. The distance from the middle of your chest to the tip of my fingers is exactly 3 feet, or is exactly a meter, actually. So the distance from my shoulder to the tip of my finger would be 3 feet. That would be a yard. I'm about 6'2", 6'3". The average height of people in Northern Europe at the time that these measurements were becoming standard was 6 feet. These guys were tall. And so that's why a French foot is shorter, because the French on average were much shorter. And they're measured in hands, the length of a hand. That's right, because that's about 8 inches. A hand is about 8 inches, because yeah, they don't measure them in feet. They measure them in hands. Yeah. Well, they used to be knavish. That's what I'm saying. We used to be standard. Yes, hypermotion. We used to be standard, because you got to remember where these people came from. They came from very small land masses. They all looked the same because they all ate the same nutrition and they all fucked the same women. This is why Irish people look like Irish people, and you can say, oh, you're tall and have red hair, you must be Irish or Scottish or Scandinavian, because they all looked the same, because they didn't travel more than 10 miles from where they were born. So everybody looked the same. Everybody had the same body plan. The admixture of body plans that we have in the modern world did not exist as recently as the 1980s. Everybody used to look the same. I've never heard that idiom, and thank you, Rachie. It's a truck. It's probably the garbage truck. No, you're not hearing what I'm saying, Navish. British, like, in the UK, is a very, very small landmass. So all people in, like, York, everybody in York looks the same. Everybody, like, when you say, oh, people from London all have fucked up teeth, it's because everybody in London looked the same until the 1980s, until very recently. The cultural melting pots of north of, like, cities like London and New York did not exist outside of those places until very, very recently. And the reason is because of urban withdrawal in the 1970s. A lot of people from LA and New York City fled to rural parts of America, and they spread out that body dimorphism, or body variety in body plans. Most towns all looked the same. Yeah, we all used to look the same. The reason that people come around to me and they go, you've just got one of those faces, it's because my ancestors, my body plan, came from people who all look the fucking same. I see people who look like my sisters all the time, because people from Southern Ohio all kind of look the same, because until the 1980s, they all looked the same. It's only been very recently that in the non-urban centers of New York and LA, which is where all of your movies are set, didn't all look the same, because people didn't used to move around. I lived in Franklin for years. Everyone in Franklin looks the same because no one moves to Franklin. Everybody's fucking the same women. Okay, so what's the compliment to finish your shit sandwich, Just Nick? There it is. So he accuses me of seeing a barber to get my hair done, and then he attacks my living situation, and then he accuses me of having enough money to have an expensive jacket. Hey, Just Nick, go fuck yourself. I lived in North Carolina. I married a woman from North Carolina. Hello, Muhammad. Because they are. They're all related. Online dating was invented so people in rural areas could stop fucking their cousins. Oh well, my night's been great. They're all related somehow, whether immediately or distantly. That's why my wife snatched me up and we met online. But that's why she moved to San Francisco so she could stop dating people who were either friends with her brother or were related to her either distantly or closely. They're all related. Nobody moves there. That's something that we don't think about. But where does genetic diversity come from? Yeah, the standard changed to be non-standard, but when did people start moving? In the 1970s. It's only been in the last 50 years. It's only been in the last 10 years that white dudes are allowed to marry black girls. It's beautiful in Franklin. Oh my God, I loved being there. But it's a little shithole town that one family owns everything, so nobody can grow. Everybody fucking hates it there. One family owns everything. Nobody in that town has enough money to even buy like a McDonald's franchise. They actually own all the McDonald's franchises. They own everything. Franklin, North Carolina. Yeah, Navish. Heard that, Bob. My understanding is you're a little bit older than me, right, Bob? Older than I am. And that used to be normal. That was normal until the 90s. Maybe even the early aughts. Yeah, nobody can grow in that town. Yeah. Your age group, Bob, that was normal, man. That was normal. I know that the people don't like to hear that, but it was normal. Movies and TV tried to hide all that shit, but it was normal. Genetic diversity does not come from vaccines. Genetic diversity comes from women who weren't born in your town, moving to your town and getting pregnant there. Or men moving through it. That's why women don't really have a problem and didn't used to really have a problem with the traveling salesman or the traveling musician getting them knocked up. They used to just love that baby because at least that baby wasn't one of their cousins and was significantly less likely to have genetic problems. Well, not fewer than two. 2.5 was normal when I graduated high school. Knavish, 2.5 kids. All out of the 60s and 70s babies in the chat. Yeah, I didn't get vaccinated for COVID. Slash was upset that David Bowie dated his mom. That's funny. She should know better. No, she shouldn't. That's the only way you get genetic diversity. I'm constantly trying to explain this to women who are like mad at their girlfriends for being absolutely in love with the ugly, annoying guy who isn't from town. And it's like, yeah, her body is saying that's the only guy in town who's going to give me a healthy baby. And it used to be that that's all women cared about was the healthy baby. And then Ricky Lake happened, and talk TV in the 80s happened, and a bunch of women realized that that baby also came with a paycheck. I still wasn't vaccinated. It's in the 20s. It was 22 last time I looked, Muhammad. I think you always had a screen in your face. You just didn't realize it, Navish. TVs have been ubiquitous since the 1970s. TV viewership has been ubiquitous since the 1980s. Neither did I, Bob. I'm not at risk. I'm not open minded, Nick. We are almost at 60 likes. I'm pushing $32 for the night. Don't forget those gifts and super chats. That's funny, Muhammad. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard a Static X song where I was like, I don't feel like listening to this right now. This robot's fucking insane. Thank you, H.E. That's what I'm saying, Navish. I think that you were surrounded by screens. I just don't think you appreciate to what degree, because I think you're only counting small handheld screens as screens. For sure, Bob. This is that's funny. Thank you, Rachie. This is Fix, maybe from that same record. I don't know I haven't learned their music in order yet. I tend to not listen to bands who aren't active. Thank you, Muhammad. I tend to not listen to bands who aren't active or on the road. And when Wayne Static died, um, I hadn't got around to learning their music or listening to it yet. I was in a different vibe at that time in my life. And I was scrolling, like we do, mindlessly scrolling through TikTok. I choose to mindlessly scroll TikTok rather than YouTube because it's a different kind of art. Um, and so I'm not there to be inspired. I'm there to see what's out. I guess that is inspired. I'm there to see what's out in the cultural milieu, but that I'm not um, competing with. I don't want to comment on what I'm competing with because it's too close to home. I want to other somebody, and that's not what I'm doing. They just have different stuff, um, and the algorithm is broader. And because I'm not creating, it's not trying to feed me stuff that I make. So anyway, I choose TikTok, and I've seen clips from their on tour, and the guy who is playing Wayne Static is good. So I've been just letting uh, I've been letting Static X show up in my YouTube music radio station, and I have yet to hear uh, a Static X song that I'm like, all right, just that's not the right song for this time. That doesn't speak well, Robert. You've been talking to them and not to me, and so I've been pretending like I'm not reading what you're saying. But that doesn't speak well to your critical thinking, pal, or your reality testing skills. Do you know the difference in being awake and dreaming? Yeah, that's awesome, Navish, that you got to see him and that Paul McCartney is still doing his thing, still touring, still playing music. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's impressive. That's why people think that he's a um, animatronic or a clone, that he died in the 80s. Ah, I hope not, Mr. Get It Done. If that's how you feel, Nick, I don't if I don't have to. They don't think about me, so I don't think about them. They don't want to hear what I have to say anyway. I don't. Have you recently been hit in the head? If I read that aloud, like if I said this, like if I just said these words in this order and I expected you to comprehend me, who would? So tell me, chat, what concepts, dreams, and reality versus vice versa, no I'll intent I'm trying to learn? I don't give money to the LGBTQ plus community, no. Okay, you're I think you're trying to ask me. I think you're trying to ask me the question I asked you. Like what makes the difference in dreams and the waking reality. And I didn't ask you what the difference is. I asked you if you know the difference. And so you asking me to tell you what the difference is speaks very ill of your critical thinking. And frankly, it's a poor indicator of your pre-existing condition. Okay, Marquez. What do you want me to say, Just Nick? Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, was go for a long-winded, weird insult. Okay, how dose one understand to understand? If you can't understand, then you will never understand. And what weakens reality? That's correct, Rob. If you don't arrive to the conversation with pre-existing knowledge, the conversation doesn't need to stop to fill you in. Because there's no way of knowing in the course of one conversation how much you have grasped of the conversation, what you've learned, what you haven't learned, and stopping to engage with you for this long has absolutely been a waste of all of our times. Just next to. Hey, take care, Navish. Yeah, Monday through Friday I try to be here, depending on my pathological demand avoidance. Rob, buddy, I'm telling you that you need a therapy session. If you don't know the basics of being alive, you need to go back to kindergarten. You're not going to get what you're looking for from me. Okay. So I'm tired, and I'm starting to get over this very rapidly. trying to make sure that the people who have been pleasant over the course of the last 3 hours get um, their good mornings and their good nights. Okay. Anyway, I am actually warm and comfortable right now. Am I'm not in Chicago, but I hope that you're doing well as well, Silent Nine. Thank you for spending time with me, Tyrannus. Have a good night. Hugs to you too, Eric. Uh, Take care to you too as well, Mohammed. Thank you all very much. Oh, don't even worry about those who were rude, Bob. Uh, I, I, I did my best to treat everybody with the same dignity and respect. I am a little ice cube, but it's starting to catch up to me. I gotta pee and hydrate and tell my girl I love her, and then I gotta duck right into my sleeping bags and get these nice and toasted and warm because it's starting to catch up to me now. So thank you guys. Um, Not all of you who are here right now were here at the beginning when I said that I had a feeling that it was going to be too cold for me to feel like doing this for very long, and that I would stick it out so long as I didn't notice the cold because the conversation was good. Good night. Is that New Zealand? Uh, I have been well. Thank you, Johnny Slater. And yeah, for those of you who want to keep the vibe of the fountain, the hugs, the high fives, the good vibe, the loving on one another in various ways alive, my Discord is in my profile, unless that link doesn't work, in which case my Patreon is. Um, the Patreon link does work, and so I'm sure someone will let me know if the Discord doesn't work. But I've also had I think we've had a couple of people join uh, recently to the Discord. So the Discord doesn't move a lot, but make sure you get in there. And the first thing I want you to do if you join today, just to say that you joined today, maybe even, just the first thing I want you to do is I want you to get in there and I just want you to tell Lenny that you're thinking about him. You don't know who he is and that you wish him well. Lenny needs people to talk to, and when Lenny's up and talkative, I'm at work, so my brain isn't in the headspace that he needs from me all the time, and so I'm trying to find him some friends. He really likes Star Trek in a way that I just cannot connect to. So if you really like Star Trek and you really want to vibe with a guy, um, he's a really cool dude. What am I working on? I just told you, Ohio. I'm trying to find friends for my guy Lenny in the Discord. He needs people to talk to. He's been going through it these days, and I'm trying to find him somebody to tell him that they love him. It doesn't seem like a big ask, but it is a huge ask. This is what I do for money, Ohio. So if even one of you did that, I know you gave him big W's. There were 3 or 4 of you who gave him W's here in the chat, so he'll see that someday. I'm sure of it. Um, he's a good guy, and he's going through it, and I'm trying to find him people to talk to, because he needs better than what I can give him, or what I have been giving him, have been able to give him. I'm sure I could give him better. Uh, okay, well I don't understand why the negativity, Ohio. I mean, other than your show and your wigga, but you asked me where my money comes from. You didn't ask me whether I'm wealthy. You're definitely not being genuine. You're definitely being a nigger, but I don't know why the negativity toward me. I don't know what I did to you, other than be better than you at literally everything. But I don't know how you know that. And again, I don't know what the gamer has to do with anything. I'm not gaming right now. This isn't gaming. And I said, this is what I do for a living. So again, you're just wrong about everything and negative. Who wants to live in a house? No, I'm not a racist. But Ohio Wigga does like to take it in the ass. No, you're not. Your house is trashed. No, you don't get to play respectfully with me now. Not when you like to take dick in the ass. You don't do anything respectfully. Winnie the Pooh looking PFP too. Go find your daddy and suck some dick, Ohio. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? I know it is. Go suck some dick. Leave me the hell alone. Huh? No, that's just what people in Ohio are like, Emmy. Ohioans think that they're hot shit. Do you know how I know this? Guess where your boy Shags was born and raised. Guess where I am right now. Yeah, Ohio is a shithole. And anyone who would put Ohio in their name is a shithole. And deserves every ounce of sulfur and brimstone that they're gonna get when their ass lands in hell. There is a reason that Fallout 76 chose Ohio to be the blasted asshole of the radioactive future. It's because Ohio is the blasted asshole of the modern future. That guy is a gaped out bottom for every black dude he can find. Anyway, I gotta piss. I'm gonna go fuck yourself, pregnant Kelly. Have a good night, guys. Actually, it's a good day now.